Phew, just in time. But not really. Hello, it's Ellen. I wanted to do the thumbnail, so I just did that just now. Did I tweet this yet? I did not. Quickly made a quick thumbnail. Basically the same image though. Tweet. Might as well tweet this. Okay. All done. Oh, Saranoni, hello. Good afternoon. I want to finish Ace Attorney today. And go straight into it. And then I can relax. And do other stuff. Stuff that is not on YouTube and just go on Twitch. I'll do Potion Craft next. Potion Craft. Can you finish the series no matter what? I'm almost there, so close. Okay. Goodbye, BGM. We are going. Instantly. Oh, the time is still there. Wait, I have this, but the time is still there. I can delete the time. Let me do this. Let me get rid of the... Okay. 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 We must continue our journey. Oh, hello Carmissy. Hello. I slept a bit yesterday. I was tired again. So I didn't have time to do my Twitch emotes. Twitch emotes. Next week. Next week. Actually, I have a lot of time for... Japan break is from the 30th, basically, right? I have a whole... Actually, wait, I have something to do on 30th and the 29th. From the 31st, I can do stuff. It's been New Year, because I have no one's here in New Year's. All my friends leave. So, I have a lot of time to, game, hang out, whatever, online. Okay, today we're finishing up a trial about the real truth about the trial 10 years ago in The Professor. And that is our goal. Objectionary. Objectionary is just Sonic. Yes. It's time for objections. We start quick today because I'm going through two parts. The truth about the trial 10 years ago. Let's go! So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Wait, why is she? She's like, she's staring at him this whole time. Now that I think about it, isn't that very, very awkward? She just keeps staring. I'm like, why is this girl staring at me? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is? As if he doesn't know. This is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. The woman that was put on trial and went to jail for forging stuff or something? I forgot. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. How do they just randomly let this random girl in? But okay. You summon the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. She's in jail. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. With her knives? Why is she allowed to bring weapons into court? But maybe that's too late since there's a katana and there was like swords and everything. Revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary, and if all the voices are off, it's because they're off. I don't remember. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. Minister Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? It's okay. Van Brock's voice is consistently low. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I'm still thinking the mastermind has to be Strongheart. Van Zeeks. Wrong, yeah. Brock Van Zeeks. Wrong way. Wrong name. Ah. It's him. He is definitely the culprit. I'm calling it since last week. I remember. Oh, wait, what was his voice? I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. What is his first name? I actually don't remember. What is his? Is it Brock? Wait, it was Brock Van Zeeks, right? I thought that was his title. I don't even know. What is his name? The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. The one who died. So you're present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Maybe it is Brock. Because the other guy's Clint Van Zeeks. It is Brock. I thought that was a title this whole time. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Yeah, so he was a witness. Therefore, he knows what happened during the autopsy, which was why something Gregson was involved and there was something against him, all that. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. Okay. Yes. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened, which was forged is what they're saying, and that's why they're saying that Kazuma is probably the one that killed the guy. Or no, someone who was the mastermind behind the guy who told them to forge evidence. Okay, yeah, that's what we're talking about. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreaty the nobility to allow it to take place. See, Lord Strongheart! Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Yes, who did it? You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Why is she here? Very well then, you will give your final and formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Suspicious! Remember that. Oh, hello, Antares. It is time. Witness testimony! Let's go! The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Western-style sword transfixing, which I assume means plunged into the heart, I assume, right? From context. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Why is her eyes like rolling up? Usually when we think, we go to the left or the right or something. Like up, left, and upright. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. I don't know. If I was on death's bed Okay. I'm just hypothetically, if I was on death's bed, someone killed me with a sword, and the sword of the, what was it? The tip? Was it the tip of the sword? I don't know. There's a tip of sword or something. Would you swallow it as a definitive evidence that you're like, yes, I have it in my body. This person's definitely the culprit, is my dying message. But during that time, autopsy wasn't a thing anyway, right? So like, why would they cut you open? But even if you did think that autopsy was possible during that time, and they would probably search, I don't know if I would have the guts to swallow a piece of metal sword down my throat, even if I'm dying. But maybe that's just me. Like, if anything, I would put it in my hand or pocket or something, like, you know, like stuff it in my pocket, you know, to make sure that the culprit doesn't see it. But you know, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I doubt objection to this sentence. Wait, that was a fast testimony. No indication? Nothing to suggest a fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much to swear to in testimony. Gah! Dude, if this is not mastermind, evil, genius person laughing, I don't know what is. Oh, well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Dude, evidence, tape recorder, something. Really, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. I mean, I guess he would say anything. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Nah, suspicious. Doubt. She keeps staring at him. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. Tape recorder. It probably didn't exist back then, but you know, just saying. It's not evidence if you just say it. He said it. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Wait, was that what happened? Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Obviously so suspicious. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right. Yeah, see, I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, remember? And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, and as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Fake. He's definitely... Dude, he's... It's like so obvious now. Okay. We need like 4 lines. Couldn't say there's any indication of having been fabricated. Tell me exactly how that happened. You couldn't say? No, I sadly cannot. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? Wait, what? There wasn't any indication of it being fabricated. There wasn't... But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication... What? Oh, I couldn't say that there was any indication. So you couldn't say that there was indication that it was not fabricated. Negative, negative. No. True, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did, but at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously, I could have missed something. Oh. That's like Pokemon TCG saying that I can draw a pack. He's saying there's no indication of it either being fabricated or real. Yeah, exactly. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Stare. Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. No one says she wasn't. Quite, yeah. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword transfixing the heart. What was strange? In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor— oh, wait. Lord Strongheart's gonna intervene. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say it was a different person? You think Lord Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? Yeah, see. There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asuki confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. Well, yeah, but then, you know, he was probably threatened. He admitted to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Wait, what does that mean? But okay. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. How does she know? It's her mom that did it. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori? Does that matter? Yes? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. Well, okay. I did confirm that myself at the time is true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally, which means it was externally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gori! What was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Wait, that's not internal. That's still internal. Sold by the victim. Yeah, there's no way that's happening. Because I'd be like, tell me, I lived my whole life, 10 years for this. What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger perhaps. Wait, what? Sparkly and round with a hole. This sounds like a riddle now. Sparkly and round with a hole. A coin? No, that won't slip over a finger. A ring? Ah, I was correct. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asuki. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Wait. I thought it was like a tip of a sword that went down, but it wasn't in the end. It was a stab wound, and then they swallowed the ring. Okay, that makes more sense then. Maybe, except I don't know if they still did autopsy during that time, so why would you swallow the ring at that point? My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth a ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshi was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. What? Wait, what does that mean? Like, the guy bit his finger to pull off the ring? That doesn't make sense, because it's not deep. Does abrasion mean like... It'd be like teeth marks then at that point. But why would you specifically go and like try to swallow someone's ring from their finger when you're about to die, right? If anything, I'd take like their hair, their hat, their clothing. Unless you're trying to bite off his finger as well. Ugh, I don't want to imagine that. Oh, long term from having the ring? Yeah, I guess so. It's like, oh, it's always been there. They were set the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? She keeps staring. I brought the ring along with me today. Wait, why? What? How did you get the evidence? Oh yeah, she stole it. That is some fancy ring. Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. He didn't see it? Dr. Gory. The removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? She'd be like, I don't know anything. Ha 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 ha. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. You must submit it. Submit it, let me examine. Very well, you may submit it. Yeah, it's his ring. Beautiful but dangerous. How is it dangerous? Oh, it says it right there. A ring belonging to Genshi Asuki found in Lord Clint Van Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. I thought he said ring finger, right? So I thought it was like a wedding ring. And this is, if anything, it looks more like an engagement ring. But even then, it looks too sharp to be an engagement ring. Maybe the claws and something isn't related. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Yeah, ask for forgiveness, not permission. Exactly. Anyway, let's examine the ring. There has to be evidence that they haven't cleaned in 10 years. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. How? It's touching the... Can you? I thought the sharp part is touching the gem, so there's no... How would your hand prick yourself on that? But okay. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very... Oh wait. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage. Surely. Wow, is this like the biggest hint or whatever? I did think about them. Like, if it's sharp, you know, it's gonna really hurt regardless. The sticky mochi bun of about that size will go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Mochi. You could die from choking on mochi. Legit. I think that's it though. Nothing else. Swallowed as a way of posthumously identifying as... Okay, let's ask this part. Not when it's sharp. So if there was abrasions on his throat, that means he did swallow it. If there was no abrasions, that means someone... And it was found in his stomach, that is odd. It means that it didn't go through his throat, which doesn't make sense, which means someone placed it there after or pretended to take it out of the stomach. The end. I got this, guys. And that was a decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest? Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Brock von Zix, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes! Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. Grr. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. With a sword, right? I feel like they assumed he was the professor. And then they killed someone to show the truth fabricated. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Nice assistant. I've heard it's a particular thing that happens a particular holiday at least once a year. Yeah, people in Japan, or elderly people, is the saying, is that they eat mochi with red bean soup or whatever for New Year's, and because mochi is very sticky, people can choke on it and die. Moving a man's stomach. This must have swallowed it. Higiyari! Huh? That last statement seemed questionable. Oh, darn it! It's the abrasion part. Maybe I need to find some other thing. Maybe it's the letter. The autopsy. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. It's Clint Van Zieks, right? Yeah. Recent scarlet stains, ink visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But it's not blood? Isn't that just blood? Little and ring fingers of the right hand. Wouldn't that just be blood? No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. But if he swallowed it, it's sharp. It has to have been hurt. Beautiful piece of evidence. Let me save this. It could be either of these. Wait, save. I'm still focused on the fact that there was no wounds on the throat when he swallowed it. I'm gonna go with this guy and go with autopsy. No internal wounds. Darn. I must object. It wasn't this one. Maybe it's the dangerous part. No other signs of internal injury. Maybe it's this part. No other signs of internal injury. But there was a ring. But the ring was sharp. Ah, okay, it was that one. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? Wait, it wasn't even about her statement, it was his statement. That's right, as I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. Yeah. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. Iggyari! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. No internal injuries. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. That's the point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. Oh, I wouldn't do it, though. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. Aw man, I just realized, if it was fake evidence, then they autopsied the guy for nothing. That's kind of sad. Especially when they said before, like, you know, you're desecrating the victim by, cutting them open. But okay. Like, if it like had something, that'd be cool. But it was fabricated evidence, so that's very sad. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. He's like, I knew it. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. Yep, he knew about it already. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? There's no evidence. I did. Oh, you did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage in the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. I'm surprised they didn't cut that open. Maybe they did. Maybe they cut the whole thing open. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. That's not a fact, though. I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Wait, he just said he can't believe it was Dr. Wilson, but okay. What do you mean you were right? You just said it was... No, it wasn't him. What did he say? Why didn't you say this at the time? Wait. That's the autopsy report. Yada yada. Yada, but if you really did, no. And there you have it. Why did you say something? I did. Oh, never mind. Did he not say that? I thought he said it. Yeah, what are you saying? That Dr. Wilson. Low. And then he's like, I was right. I'm like, you did not know this. I'm disappointed, counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up. with all her secrets inside. What? What does that mean? That's wrong. Oh, saying that that's what he told her to do. Dr. Gori, looking as though she's on our side. She's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asoki saving my life. What? My father saved your life? How is that so, like, surprising? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Was it dogs? Oh, don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Is that when he lost the ring? It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying they stole it? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Wow. Hire people just to steal a ring. To implicate him. Ah, he must be sad. I would be sad too. And mad. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? Why does he keep believing he was involved? Like, there's so many corrupt people in this court. Like, it could have been any of them. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. He just has to blame someone, but he doesn't know who the mastermind is. You set the whole thing up so you could arrest him and paint him as a murderer. Kazuma. Open your eyes. I know, he's just like deceiving himself. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? See you like this? Laughing again? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Yeah, it's not Van Zieks, it's him. They said he was the one who pushed for the thing as well. Pushed for the autopsy. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? That's true. That's true. Unless he did and no one said anything. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Maybe they have dirt on him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. Or he was blackmailed. Or threatened. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Ugh. Genshin Asugi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. No, he was blackmailed and threatened. Maybe with Kazuma. For some reason. But if the autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Is it Kazuma? Sounds like Kazuma. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council? Yeah, I don't know yet. What's going on? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. Yeah, he could have been blackmailed. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility he had a reason for maintaining that silence. Yeah, like blackmail. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? Maybe his friends. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Igiyari. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Yeah, I was like, maybe they could have hired an assassination to like someone he loves or something, was what I thought. If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Wait, I don't know yet. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asuki's silence in court? Let me say... Let me say... Okay. I still think it was the... This is escapation from prison, right? But escape from prison was before. Oh wait, no. This was after he was jailed. And he was only jailed after... So this after 25th of June, right? The other one was... 31st of May. Okay, so it's, no, that's not related. I'm thinking it's the recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring fingers, but I don't know what it is though. On the little and ring fingers. Maybe they're saying we're gonna kill your wife and your kid? Because you know your little finger is like, I think it's Oyayubi. Your thumb is called Oyayubi in Japanese. I'm just like saying this from language, which is like Oya is like kind of like parent, it kind of sounds like. Oyayubi, I forgot what the other yubi was. I forgot now, the second one. Nakayubi, Kusiri yubi. I think it's koyubi was for like kid. Maybe it's like we're gonna kill your wife and your kid. Or your wife because it's the ring finger, and then your kid because it's your pinky finger. I just saw the thumbnail. That had to be pretty cute and appropriate since Ace Attorney lawyers are also detectives in every case. It's the same hat from last week. Not this one. Unrelated. This one is... Oh, Gregson. I think it's definitely the ink, but I don't know. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I think it's the red stains. When did they make it there? I don't know. Or maybe it was like a warning. Maybe when like the people attacked him, they're like, here's a warning or something. Or maybe he did it to himself to be like, I need to remember. Whenever he looked down, he'd be like, I need to remember my wife and my kid. Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Although it's kind of far-fetched. Oh, that's correct. This is the defense's answer to that question. Oh, darn it. Never mind. Never mind. That wasn't the answer to the question. If Kazuma's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in this trial? If it were me, I had protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for silence. Well, then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Oh, that could be it. That's true. Huh? They did say... someone did help him escape prison. Like, if he was gonna be tried anyway... Not this one. If he was gonna be tried anyway... Someone was gonna help him escape anyway. He helped the prisoner escape prior to his execution. Jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Maybe he had no faith in the justice system because everyone was working against him. He was like, oh, this is the justice system working against me. Basically, it's a rigged trial. Therefore, I must accept my fate and, you know, go for plan B. But it's true that Genshin Asuki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. How did they know that, though? In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asoki and the British government. There must be, like, factions of the British government, then. In exchange for silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. But then some guy went into the place and then some... Wait, no, but then they killed him anyway in the end, though. I think. Because he did get killed after that, by pistol. When he was, falling out of the grave. We'll go further than that. In fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asoki can be explained in no other way. Unicorn. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh, it's Vigil! He's coming back! He was there at the very beginning. Governor Kaden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay in the local prison earlier. Oh, is it Sherlock Holmes? Asking Governor Kaden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Holmes did that? Are you telling me that everything was planned? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. They're so thorough. Like, Sherlock Holmes is like taking a next step, next step, next step. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed, as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. You said it yourself. You can't say you didn't say it. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. He's so tall in there. They're back. Well, one of them. Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Dai Gyakuten, governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passer. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. Like, who is this? He was a gloomy guy, wasn't he? My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. He's the funny lips persona. Oh yeah, he had funny lips. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Rush! The professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was no anything untoward happen. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. It's only been 10 years, right? Isn't there like a maximum time until a case, whatever? If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Except Cousin be like, oh, but you helped my father escape, so, you know, personally, I thank you. But, the law says you must be tried and executed. Gods! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Caden. Sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, and a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Yeah, okay. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you are both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. How do you remember this from 10 years ago, though? Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay Prison 10 years ago. Witness testimony number 2. A jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned a convict to the chief warder there and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right until the night of his death execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire. That was short. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I don't know that? Is that? I don't know that? You're saying you don't know? Okay, that's what that means. Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual, that was not unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Maybe that was a fake. Maybe that's a fake so that Asogi wouldn't be like, hey, you guys said I was gonna be free and not die. If you don't let me go free, I'm gonna tell everyone. And they pretended that he was gonna go free, and then in the end they killed him to silence him. And in the end executed him as planned, basically. Kind of. Maybe. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I've been able to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay. Came from the prosecutor's office. But he doesn't know who, right? And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. Strongheart. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. You cannot? What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. That's like everyone. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with the idle speculation. We just get the job done. Send a convict to this guy here, put the plan into action behind the scenes. What's the plan then? So Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Oh, he admits. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, lady. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Sith as she's known now. Ah, why did I have to get caught up in such terrible business? He was responsible but knew nothing of the plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Oh yeah, the iron mask. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. It's the government that's at fault. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? You don't know if there's some negotiations going on. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I don't know nothing about that. Witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I know that much I do. Then presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. The man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Yeah, you can't just be like, I was told to kill people, and, you know, it wasn't my fault. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Break your silence! Tell us! All I did was carry out my duty. What was your duty? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshi Asuki was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape, yes he? Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting Jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Doyu koto da? What do you mean, he said. Oh? Chotto? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? He probably got the second order to kill the guy. Yes sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Keating was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? This gesture is so weird. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that a shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. We'll silence him, though. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all of the chicaneries of an escape? Ah, I did think about that, but I said to silence him. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison, as indicated by a sentence. Yeah, but he would have said, hey, you promised me I wouldn't die. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. Chamber of secrets. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery in certainty. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. Oh! If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Good! I go on then. Strongheart be like, again. Seems to me that Japanese fellow did not have nothing to bargain with. What does that mean? Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. I gotta say that myself. After all, did the prosecution had no conclusive evidence against the Carlier? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. Maybe his son was part of the bargain. Then again, they did say that the judge chose Kazuma randomly because he was good. And he was, like, you know, talented. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using a law to legitimatize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. Yeah, maybe it was not he had a upper hand as much as he was blackmailed, like I said. Oh wait, no, but then they could just killed him, right? That's the point, right? So he does have to have a upper hand. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Okay, definitely it's the part he had nothing to negotiate with is the sentence, right? What did he have? His son. He had his son. No, I can't be that. I was like, maybe he could have gotten the Japanese government to gotten a favor from a Japanese government. Was what I thought originally. He did rescue. Well, not only rescue, but like he protected Van Zeeks, right? Did he have an upper hand? Oh! The last will and testimony. Hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Maybe this means something. Material possessions and wealth in London. Maybe he had something. Maybe it was a sword. Was the sword given to him from when he died? It's passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Maybe it's a sword. For some reason. I think it's the will, but I don't know what it is. I mean, he had stuff, I think. Okay, let me save this. Save. I think it's the will. He has something. He doesn't have nothing. Okay. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshi Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Hubbard, that fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that. Well, you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. Is it the Karuma? Name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Oh yeah, he was. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya? You wee rat, did not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! God! No fighting in the courtroom. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on the paper? What's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Things what the blizz are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where is the cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You pili wali galut. That's a weird thing. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I not, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. Wait, I still don't understand, by the way. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. The will disappearing and reappearing? Maybe this is forged. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Right? Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years was fabricated? It's actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. So they did find the will and they faked it. That last vindication by the defense was an affront to an entire British legal system. That happens every so often. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. Waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? You could have burned it. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Oh. It's clear that Barclay Prison's hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office, Strongheart. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship really just gonna gloss over those obvious facts? What did you say? I know. We should hear more from Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. I like how the jury is not bribed. Even though everyone else is. You seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Why is he so saluting the guy when the guy was throwing him under the bus? Wait, just my posture. Okay. As the warder responsible for convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night before he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. But someone took it already. Oh. Wait, my mouse. Oh. My control's not working. Wait. Okay. Only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the sale. A kimono, I think it's called. That's so fast, like 3 lines. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We searched through all of his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar to once, eh? You wee effinger? It could have been none. They're both telling the truth. Someone just like, you know, took one and slipped one another thing. Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat. Of course. Is that what you're gonna do, is it? He's shaking like, wait, how is that cravat tie thing in that position? Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ouch. He was invisible. Being pulled. Yeah. No fighting, please. Little and large, what a double act. We implied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. Was that sarcasm or what? Yeah, it was telekinesis, man, just earlier. And we were very much obliged, except that you framed him as a killer. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, dear. Yes, there's no mistaking that's my father's brushwork. How does he know as an 8-year-old what his father's handwriting looked like? But maybe now he could. Really? In this last will and testament was the land's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Wait, let me check the document again. It's not like maybe they got rid of a page? Maybe like there was 3 pages? 1 out of 2? 2 out of 2? But that 2 out of 2 is... Maybe it wasn't there in the beginning. Maybe they just added it. Or maybe it's just like not part of the actual will and it's just like the system. So, counsel for defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Number 3. As a warder responsible for condemned criminals, I attended to him and kept watch over his cell. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Huh. Maybe, but that doesn't mean it's about the 5 victims. Possibly. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. After he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the Bambart Yar, he didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing utensils whatsoever. Wait a minute. What did he use then? Oh, wait, not this one. Wait a minute. Red scarlet ink stains, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Or is this related? Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asuki to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? Yeah, Clint had it at some point. What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely? Ugh. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well, the defense makes it an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison governor cannot be expected to know the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. Yeah, only he would know. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? Yeah, you're the one that was in charge. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Why? Why? I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Suspicious. Because it was fake. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. They were turned to find it. Okay. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can't have disappeared completely!" in my face. Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. Jojo poses. Really, Jojo? Was that the whole point? They were weird poses, for sure. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asuki to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Because he was the one that did it. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else. Found when directive came telling me to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't know before and I didn't know now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document? Not will? Ah, that's what it said. How do you remember that from 10 years ago? Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asuki's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell kimono. In Mr. Asuki's kimono? Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. A number of them. I was very reluctant to part with him. Some books, a kimono, his sword. He had his sword with him. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. Oh, that's one I got sent to him. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forgetting about being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Yeah, I was like, that's a weapon, man. Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could not have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Mr. Mikutoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Susuri inkstone, Laksumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Where's the red ink then? I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Oh, it was red, wasn't it? It was red. See, I knew it. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? He keeps twirling so much. Please stop. You're making me want to twirl. Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? I knew it. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Like to the Clint, man. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Lol, he's like, whatever. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes. It was Scarlet. Yeah, the letters were Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? What? Is there? Why is he surprised? I thought they took the document already. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Maybe they never found it. And it was just like in his body this whole time, and we can find it now, somewhere. Maybe it's in Karuma. Maybe it's wrapped around his sword. Wait a minute. I was like, why do we have a sword? It's scarlet, you say? This thing looks scarlet looking. Where do you get the ink though? That's what I want to know. Unless it was blood. Maybe it was blood. But then again, Clint had ink around his fingers, right? Maybe that's involved. Maybe that's like related. Maybe this ring squirts out red ink. But I don't think they would have given it to him after they found the evidence. Okay. I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Which didn't have her. You can plainly see the writing here, and it's black as the Earl Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. It's the sword. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kasuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could have possibly meant when he described it as a weapon. Wait, maybe? Yeah, so maybe it's definitely the sword, right? And he says here, material possessions and wealth. I accept my fate in this foreign land. I never see my homeland and family again. I regret nothing but my chosen path. He said weapon, right? Maybe he meant that you should look at the sword. And they never looked at the sword, is what I'm... They never unraveled this part of the sword, and that's where the document lies. I'm counting on that. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asoki actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asoki actually might have had something. Didn't he just repeat exactly what she said? Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. It's the scarlet ink. It's the scarlet part, right? Okay, wait, save. I only have 2 lives left. Scarlet, huh? Just like the one on Clint's body? I don't know what I want to say here though. I feel like that's too far ahead. Like Clint's scarlet ink thingy is kind of unrelated at this point. This one, right? A duel. Scarlet ink found on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found. And this is blood. It could have been blood, honestly. Do they know what blood looks like? Maybe you just present the sword, man. Here, you can have a sword. Take the sword. Darn it. Well. Documents written in scarlet ink. Get some more water. Scarlet ink. I was like, maybe he cut himself with the sword. Maybe they would have noticed a wound though. It's not like he has bandages. I don't know. It's still this scarlet ink. Scarlet ink. Maybe he knows something about the scarlet ink in the other person's body. And he was gonna reveal it or something. I don't know. Anything else suspicious about the sword? I guess not. I don't know, this ring looks suspicious still. I'm gonna go with the... report about the scarlet ink. Let me try this one. Oh, it was this one. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Coverage again? You've no evidence to say that? Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. I noticed Scarlet ink, but I don't know what it's how it's related though. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Oh wait, if it's the right finger and the little finger, that means he's writing with it. Because you know when you write in ink, you smudge with your hand as you go along sometimes, depending on how you write it. Wait a minute. If it smudges on your on the right hand, assuming he's a right hand, right? Only smudge if you write from right to left. And usually in Japanese, it's right to left. Maybe, which means Clint was the one that wrote this will? Or this document? Oh, which means Clint wrote a document. And that document was not written by Genshin Asuki, it was written by Clint. And the Clint gave it to Genshin Asuki. And that is why that is a weapon, because he has evidence of Clint admitting to something. And if he dies, he would show people that thing, and that's why they want to take it. Oh, I think that's what it is. That's why the little and the right finger, or the ring finger and the pinky finger. Because when you write in English, it doesn't smudge. If you go from left to right. And top to bottom, but Japanese is like top to bottom and right to left. That is why. Wait, but then that means the guy wrote in Japanese then. How does it make sense? Oh, then I don't know. It's right hand, right? If it was left hand, if it's left-handed, that would make sense. Because if you do left hand, you write English. It would. No, it's still top to bottom though. Still wouldn't smudge. No, it does smudge. Yeah, it does smudge. I feel I'm so close. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. He's a clean person. What is your point, Gazel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. Well, that too. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the seam, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. No document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was a dying message? If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that... Yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asuki with the document in his cell. But why was it smudged though? When you write in English, it doesn't smudge. Are you writing in Japanese? Are you writing top to bottom in English, right to left? His precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. It's Clint's last will and testament. Last will and testament. Ugh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asuki said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asuki. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? My brother! Higiari! This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. Oh, that's true. That would mean that. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That's utterly out of the question. He promised he was gonna get me dinner. We're gonna get dinner together. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! Until he found out. Until he found out that the real professor was from above and is his superior, and then he lost all hope. He wouldn't have rested until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asuki came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy, because the higher up corruption. Ah, no, it couldn't be. Wait. I'm not caught up yet. I assume it's the fact about the professor being Lord Strongheart, but like, I don't know what else it could be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can test to have being seen serves absolutely no purpose. Iggyari! No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asuki had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the content of this document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. We must find the document. It's here somewhere. It's in the Karuma. It's on the sword. You wouldn't have placed it anywhere else. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head, which happens every single moment, by the way. Every trial, it does that. Oh, hey, hello. We are at the climax, I think. But it's just too hideous. The court is corrupt. That's my truth. That's what I think it is. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Mrs. Sato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Soldiering on, not soldering. Yes, right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asuki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense of the last name is merely conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Getting at, man. Ryunosuke. It's about the court, it's about the Strongheart, it's about the professor, it's about the actual killer. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Actually, there's one other thing I could think it might be. Maybe it was actually Clint that was the professor. And he was pretending to, you know, not be him and chase after him. But now that like someone either caught him or maybe he took all the lives he was blackmailed into taking or something, then he's like, okay, my job is done now. I must atone for my death. It's like suicide or something. Wait, is it suicide? Wait, how did he get killed again? Single stab to the heart. It's indicative of a duel. Maybe it was those two. He wrote it before the duel that he knew someone knew about him, and he's like, okay, I will die now. Oh, wait! Oh, wait, then maybe Clint was the professor. And then Genshin Asuki found out, and he's like, I will duel you. Oh, wait, no, he found out, and then Clint was like, oh no, I'm found out now, like, you know, I will die soon because I also can't, or maybe he also can't, like, he's blackmailing doing it, and he's like, I can't take the guilt. I must like atone for what I did, even though maybe he wasn't the one that actually wanted to do it. Strongheart was the one that told him to do it, maybe, I don't know. And then he's like, if I die anyway, I might as well write my will. So he wrote a will, and he knows Asogi knows about him, and he knows that Asogi also is a good man, and then they had a duel. He's like, okay, kill me now before I take any life or something. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Why would he want the guy to kill him? Because then that guy will be framed as a murderer. Or maybe he can't let that go out. Maybe he's like, I have to stay a hero for my brother. I don't want my brother Barack Van Zieks to know about me. Please, can you be the killer for me instead? And then they had a duel, and then he died to the duel. And then he told, well, he didn't die, but before he died, he told the guy, when you kill me, take my will as, you know, bargaining, so that you'll be penned the murder, but you can go back to Japan. You know, jailbreak, I'll arrange for everything. You can, you know, jailbreak, go back to Japan, live with your family for the rest of your life, because even if you're a branded killer, you can go back to Japan, and, you know, it's all good. Okay, it's my speculation. Let's see if that's true. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Van Zieks was in fact... I don't know. Save. I want to say it's probably the confession. It's either confession or a accusation. It's a confession, probably. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh man, that means his brother was a mass murderer. I believe that Lord Van Zieks actually, or Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity. Yeah, I knew that part. No, I refuse to believe it. Enough, counsel. I do not believe this. What are you saying? Do you even realize what you are saying he is doing? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... my brother is the killer! It is the Professor! Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this. Must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asuki at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Grr. No. Ah. My brother was the Professor. It's finally open. See, he knew it. Pandora's box. He was the one that he must. If he confessed, that means he didn't want to do it. Maybe. I think it's him. He's still the true mastermind, even if he's not the direct person that killed the guys themselves. The great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years, and Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would have... Oh, I couldn't finish that. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Brown Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order. Order in court. Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Oh no. Oh no, he had a dog. Yes, he did. Balmung, he was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Well, that's oddly not suspicious at all. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? Is that wait, is that relevant? Why did they say that? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. Wait, did we have that conversation somewhere? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. Eh? Did we? Could you? What? We did? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B for Balmung? Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville family? Why is that name coming up now? Wait, who's that? Is that the mayor guy? Who was a corrupt? Baskerville is the the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Van Zeek's widow. Wait, Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. Wait, that's very confusing. So they gave the family insignia to the dog? Which I guess is okay. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? Then Van Zeek's really was a professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own! I know, we're all Japanese at this point. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly but on foreign soil. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. That's what I thought happened. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? I now do, the mastermind. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, diabolical murder was caught and executed. But they still had to condemn a Japanese man, though. Very well then, you may have the truth. Oh, he's finally telling us the truth. Wait, isn't there one more part after this? This is still part 3. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. He was probably blackmailed to do it. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Just like him! Clint. Flashback! That's the pawnbroker. 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Yep, Industrial Revolution was a terrible time too. For the humans. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? Because Asogi knew the truth. 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. By the way, this guy that you have is the professor. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Goodbye, Asogi. Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous, savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. And he confronted the guy himself. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did kill the guy. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Basically the Reaper, kind of. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. But someone did. They switched. Oh no, they didn't. It's not someone did as much as he put it in the sword and so nobody found it. And he left his own will there. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? Wait, that's it? That you were behind it all? But so he was... Wait, then who's the Reaper? Is the Reaper still him? He's saying that it was necessary for evil, right, to exist in court. Which means Strongheart is evil. Is the evil one, basically. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what was needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. So it was him. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you out of your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fellow. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against that man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Ah, man, it feels like it's one of those, like, you know, he's definitely the culprit, but we don't have evidence, so let's fake it. But because we know he's the culprit, it's okay. You know, the ends justify the means type of thing. At least for Gregson a bit. Except for the assassination exchange thing. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then a detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. I miss those fish and chips as single-handed funded London's entire street food renaissance. My voice of Gregson's pretty consistent, I feel like. I liked voicing him. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew, the man, my father, despised such underhand dealings. Yeah, why do you say it? It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. His son! And his wife. What weakness? It's you! Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. I knew it! I knew it! He was partly blackmailed. Me! They could assassinate him. Or killed him. Somehow. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Oh, he wants to go back to somewhere. So I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. Except his letter didn't say that, though. He says, I'll never go back home. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? Why couldn't they just, like, strip search him? I feel like they could just do that. And just take the document from him, and then he has nothing left. So, what's it to be, Asogi? Maybe like they have enough guilt inside them to like not do that to him. It's like, okay, well, you know, we'll help you, you help us. But then they killed him in the very end, so I don't know if they're gonna kill him anyway. You might as well strip search him anyway. Kazuma. Oh no, his son, you were the one behind his death. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost. I mean, in the very end, the guy did die, so I guess, yeah, except he accused an innocent man, but whatever. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey is him! Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? Duh. Maybe he didn't have it on him. Maybe he gave it to somebody to trust it to present it. Maybe. I still think it's the sword. Well, I guess they didn't search thoroughly enough anyway, because they still couldn't find it. It's right on the sword. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baron Van Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, a paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I to ask you? What brazen? I knew that you played a part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. The guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dude, like, I'm happy for that. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith? So with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. It's only 1 decade, though. That is everything. Is that everything? Except the will. The will. The will has some dirt, man. Actually, it was just a confession, I guess. It's not really dirt. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. It was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. I don't know, man. Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the court anyway. Yeah, but what if it was fake? If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all of those present. Beyond those 4 walls, nobody need to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Even Her Majesty? That means you're the highest authority then. That's not good. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. I don't know. Because once you have the right to kill someone, that means based on what you think is true or false. That means you think that you're always correct, but there are chances because we're humans, right? That doesn't mean that you're always correct. Just because you think you're correct doesn't mean you're correct. So, yeah, I don't know. That's like very easily corruptible too. Like, what if you say, yeah, this person is evil, but you're actually doing it for your own, you know, services. Basically, absolute power. Yeah, maybe the queen, like, she is technically the absolute power, kind of. Well, kind of. There's still parliament, but still. Like, you know, there has to be some order, not just one person that's just, like, calling all the shots. Unless you actually have, I don't know, consensus of the mass, I guess, to call the shots. Or whatever. Anyway. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? The will. See the confession. I have one last request. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Maybe he did, and he didn't want to believe it. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. Why? What happened? At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? There's the will! The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. That's the ultimate betrayal, man. Your master is the one who betrayed you. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Unless he was corrupt too! That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. Extant? Whatever. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the will! And the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left by the man. What 3-page are you talking about? Because it says 2 out of 2, and I remember checking for that. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. 3-page! I like how you give more information than necessary. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is needed is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Does that mean he's not guilty of anything and he can just leave scot-free? You said 3-page. I heard it. Ryunosuke heard it too. Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid you let something slip. I must insist that the trial continue. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this court moments ago, you, revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accuser one simple question. Kazuma, you're behind the times. Keep up, man. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I'm really pointing out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? Did he realize it? Oh! No, he didn't. One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who! Lord Strongheart! I don't need to say for this. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem. I found it already. Neither da 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 da. We cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 pieces of evidence. The ring. And this part. This part. Let me present. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. I knew there was a missing page of the will. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statement you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction with which piece of evidence, I ask you? Finally, I can use the will. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page will, last will and testament. Ugh! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment I thought perhaps you'd identify something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaden. What can I do for you, sir? You're present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not be sent. Hey, no, give it. It's to me. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the letter, 3rd page on the document with me right here, right now. Like, why the heck? Where's everyone hiding the evidence in there? Like, they're just like, I just so happen to have this with me on my body right now, right here, because I carry it with me every single day for the past 10 years. Like, wait. My father's message. It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings. Also, you'll show it. Thank you. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. It's on the sword, I'm telling you. The will is on the sword. I know what it says already. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. Inevitable, maudlin words can be of no consequence now. No. Must present all evidence. Prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. It's like, these Japanese guys, man. You'll read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, I can't read it. I cannot actually read worm language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. Wait, who's that? Oh. Give it to some Japanese guy, man. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you? Dr. Mikotoba, how do you not notice someone is in the court? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I could quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Wait, how did they not know what it read? And they're like, yeah, we don't want them to send anything back. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Ha! I'm telling you, it's on the sword. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Okay, so if you twist the head, you find the will that will basically end British society because it's the last will of Clint is on there. I'm calling it. That's the end of the message it will see you. Haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? Name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down from generations. Embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings, which he happened to have on his hip still, but okay. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Been updated. Let's twist the head! I didn't realize the sword was named. Makes sense. Give how much they value. I think we mentioned that in the very beginning, actually, too. It's a Karuma. Because I remember, because it was very closely named to Kazuma. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been seen as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. No, you twist the head of the handle, obviously. Or, yeah, the handle. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. No, he's gonna say that Strongheart told him to do it, though. See? Now that they're all dead. Like, you can say, yeah, it was Clint that did everything. And he did do everything, probably. But he was probably threatened to doing it by Lord Strongheart. But now, you're saying, like, oh, you know, Strongheart's doing it for everyone. Or whatever. And turns out, no, he just wanted all this nobles to die, and he has dirt on them, and maybe they're against, you know, they don't like him or something. I don't know. Maybe the murders had more ulterior intentions than just, you know, protecting British law. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties. Igayari! How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Well, he was a mass murderer though, so. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appear to have been lost forever. Ha! I called it already. Like an hour or two ago. Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Yeah, Strongheart, what are you hiding? We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings. We must uncover the truth, right? But you're not letting us do it. Everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. Yiggyadi! What about Inspector Gregson then? Yeah, you killed him. And Dr. Wilson. Yes, I said it before he did. And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or justice about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? It's in the will! In the sword! Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. I have it! And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I do! I have it, in which case I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Huh? You can't do that. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Present evidence. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time. Yeah, and we're on the same team against Strongheart, who is the judge, which is, you know, he has the highest authority, so it's very, very disadvantage for us. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that escaped everyone else's attention. He's like, yeah, trust my buddy, my learned friend. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have and settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. My last life. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Wait, let me save just in case. My last life. When I move to a new apartment with more soundproofing, I want to be able to scream. I'm actually holding back. If I twist this, it's gonna open! If I twist it! Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I may make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. Dude, I thought about that too. Twist the handle. And as I'm sure you're already aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. Oh, that too. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think? There's a will in there! Whoa! How convenient. Yeah, I've seen a few times. It really gets annoying when you're on this receiving end of Ryunosuke. Like, oh, my matches I could have won in the final hour. And Ryunosuke wins against me. Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound piece of parchment? That, dude, I called this already 1 hour ago. Dun dun dun! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? It's willing death then. So he did. So it was willing. He's like, oh, let's duel. You defeat me. Wait, I mean, I think he wanted the guy to take blame too. I think that's why. He's like, okay, I'm the professor. Technically, I wasn't the mastermind, but I'm the professor. I cannot kill myself because if I do, it would mean that people would know that I'm the professor. So kill me, pretend you're the professor, please. But here's a will just to make sure that you're not killed when you know, are accused of being the professor, just in case. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date. And the date 10 years ago on that fateful night. Remember, everyone, whenever you write anything, just in case you die, put the date. Just in case. It can be evidence for something. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness, look at this. This is unbelievable. Clint Van Zyk says, wait, what is unbelievable? Wait, what is unbelievable? Wait, what is unbelievable? Wait, you didn't read the rest of the message. You must have been like, Lord Shahar told me to do it. I should do that December 14, 2024. Like notebooks. Although no one writes notebooks anymore, but when you write anything in a notebook or something, write down date. Good eye! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zyks. Huh! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only. We just found it. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. See, where are we all getting this evidence from our pockets? Like, you just so happen to have the evidence right here, right now, for a specific moment in time. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asuke obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. He had a seal this whole time too. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Why did he write it in red though? Was there a reason? I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Huh? Truth and nothing but the truth, remember? You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. But you already told everyone the justice of this country. You just said we should just not say it to anyone else. It's too late now. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom. Igiyari! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To divide a monarch's will is treason. Yeah. How are you higher than Her Majesty? She's the highest one. Lord Clint Van Zyks really did pen a will that day, exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support, and so is everyone in this thing except Strongheart. Very well then. No. For God's sake. No! Oh, he has snapped now. I thought he snapped ages ago, but he snapped now. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asuke stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. Ah, that's why they got it. They did a duel. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. Japanese are a truly merciful people. If anything, he'd be like, commit suicide, dude. Seppuku man. He's like, you better write your will, man. I, Clint Van Zyks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zyks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. But he's gonna say that Lord Strongheart did it, right? Told him to do it. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Oh, okay. Well, that is scandalous. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Don't tell me that's Strongheart, right? That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. A poor dog, though. It was like trained, basically, to kill people. When it probably loved, you know, humans, like his, you know, this brother. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. So he did kill someone in the beginning, and then Strongheart found out, and he's like, well, you killed someone already, go kill the other people that I want you to kill. For his personal, you know, needs too. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill, basically, right? As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, the jaws of the hound I commanded. Oof. Oof. So he didn't want to kill the guy. Maybe those were innocent people. Maybe only the first guy was, like, evil. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and I sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asoki, who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. Wait, why is he dying? Wait, what? Don't tell me he was supposed to be the 5th victim. He's not even an aristocracy, though. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Ha! I knew it. I knew it. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him in naming his victims. Well, at least, you know, after the first one. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! I mean, he did say he was the Reaper, so like... Even without this will, he was already like the mastermind behind a bunch of murders, you know, still, but... Okay. To me, the crime now is against aristocracy now, though. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the 3rd victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. Oh no, so you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at all the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that he was weak. Lord Lofty Principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me, which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London. Yeah, basically the same thing, right? Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Genshi Nasuki. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intend to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! At the very end. Inside the coffin. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? Wait, how have we not figured this out yet? On the night following his mock execution, went to Low Gate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. You went with Jigoku? Judge Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Ooh. As you know, Asogi escaped prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, that was an accident, right? All did not go to plan. Someone shot him, right? They said? Yeah, they saw this. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. Why they buried him there? But that grave on that particular night. Last, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal would rock the very foundations of the empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. Oh. You could have shot the you could have shot the gravekeeper guy instead. If anything, shooting the gravekeeper is more safe proof because now someone saw that it came out, and whether he died or not, they already saw a corpse coming from the thing. That doesn't change what the guy saw. So there was no point in shooting the guy, but okay. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out now because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Down. Oh man. You should have killed the witness at that point. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. Nah, but Drebber was still alive, man. You should have just killed Drebber at that point. So now you know what really happened in Low Gate Cemetery that night. So silent. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Well, you did goad him on too, though. I'd say you're like 50-50, like in terms of blame. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. Because he has dirt on the guy. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Quite well, yes. These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. You kill innocent people, that's not law and order. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death. What? He was fine. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. Unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a reaper. That means you're not doing your court well enough then. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Oh, now he's like, you're a good gal. You're good now, Reaper. Van Zeeks, you're not my enemy anymore. He's a great guy. You were a terrible guy before, but now you're a great guy. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asuki, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and the country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. He looks crazy now. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. I mean, if you're that, you might as well be the evil mastermind instead of Lord Justice, but okay. Yeah! Like, you're probably better working in the shadows. Like, of actual... Like a criminal, like, you know, like Robin Hood, kind of? Like a criminal that does criminal things against criminals. That'd be more fitting. And leave the justice to people who actually can do justice. Oh, wait, what? Is there some one final thing? Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Well deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance he's broken. What? We have evidence against him. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, a beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? Judge level breakdown level 2. Oh my god. I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? Can you, well not? If you're part of the people that tell people to murder people, I think you should be tried for murder. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. Is that your name though? You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? It's not conclusive enough. I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. He still looks very suspicious though. I feel like he's still trying. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know. To fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. He's just saying, I'm evil, but forgive me. We need it. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? I thought it's a closed trial. You just try the guy, put him in jail, and just be like, he committed some crime, the end. To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. Maybe you guys should just, like, redo your whole entire justice system at that point. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by the Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. That's a lot of people. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. You need to fix your justice system. You need to tell everyone about everything. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That's all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. We eliminate from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. It's always just Her Majesty the Queen. You're using her name too much. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? Nah. He has a point. They're quite unforgivable. Duty to maintain law and order. Can't deny the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. Dude, you see, fix your justice system. A fair means of foul. You have autopsy and everything now too. Strong heart, strong heart, strong heart. Ha. What if suddenly he doesn't like you then? And then you get killed? Like, what do you do then? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? You mean Lord Van Clint's like, what the heck? Or Van Zeek's like, what? For your rousing a response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, your records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. I don't know, man. It's still... I just still don't buy it. He really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke! It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. We said this like 2 hours ago. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Ah! Do I have anything left? What? What are they saying? Maybe it's Japanese. Huh? What do I have left? I don't even know what I have left, man. I have nothing left. I have nothing left. I'll raise an objection for now. Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason. Igiari! That was the easy part. Well, what do I say next? I don't know either, Ryunosuke. As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. It depends. That's no objection to being penalized in this. No! What? Use evidence? I have nothing left, though. Do I have anything left? Why can't you use objection and then use evidence? But okay. Yes, as I only know too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Miss Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea, I do. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it is now. Don't tell me it's this guy. Don't tell me this guy. I am a lawyer from Japan. Why are you looking at me with those disappointed eyes? I need judicial assistance, Mr. Naruhodo. I will stand by you until the bitter end, no matter what misguided choices you may make, huh? I thought we are lawyers. Our goal is to show the truth. I thought that was the whole point of that. That was the one thing we never used. Okay, wait. Let me skip this part as well. Okay, wait, save. I'll leave it here. I'm still at part 3. There's still part 4, man. Eh? Is there anything left? Maybe? Wait, did I ever use this? Relieved. He let the guy escape from prison. Conceived prior. I don't know. I think we used this already. Do we need this? I don't think we need this. Oh, is there anything left I could use? I don't think that's... Oh! Oh wait, no. Seishiro Jigoku was the one that killed the guy. Do we have anything left? Legit, do we have anything left? Don't tell me I can pull the ears. That can't be, though. Oh! He ordered the guy to kill the guy. Isn't that basically evidence that he did something? Look at this one. Okay. I don't know. We're at the last part. But which one is it? Huh? Which? I did this one, right? Just now? If there's a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. You have a batch? I don't. I only have this guy. I never already used it. There's another here. Why did I just Kazuma? Just Kazuma on here. I thought if we have evidence that he is the one that sent the list of assassins. But it doesn't say it's from him though, technically. Nothing but the ring. I already used the will. If there was ever a time to use it, it is now. If there's ever a time to use it. I already used this. No. Maybe it's this one still. He told the guy to break out free from jail. F. Okay. It's not that one. Only one life left. I never used this guy, but I definitely don't think you're involved. Gregson. Which one could it be? I have so much evidence. I don't think it's this one. This has to be... It has to be, Jioku's. This image... Is this image involved? I never used it. Well, anything left anyway. Okay, no wait. Susato looking at me so disappointedly. I'm so close to the end! This is Gregson, he was killed. That one is from Jigoku, so it's not involved. He did tell the guy to fake the will thing, right? The other ones got used in earlier part of the case, this one is so long. Yeah, they did get used in earlier ones, so I don't know which one they're referring to. Why was there blood here in the end? When he died, I guess? I don't know. He concealed the third part of the will, but they said it was okay though. Oh, what could be left? It's the ears. Huh, really? It's not that's not using the evidence though. That's not using it. That's just using it to not use it for the thing. But okay. Oh my, yes. Mr. Holmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Holmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. He is one step ahead of us the whole time. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes! Heave! Ah! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Holmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here! Ah! But Mr. Naruhodo, he's... a hologram now? It's Mr. Holmes! He's a hologram now. Wait, we just invented autopsy, man. And blood detection. How do we have holograms already? I wasn't expecting you back, Holmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put the men in irons, but he's a hologram so he can't. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. There's no way, man. Not in those times. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. Dude, there's a projector somewhere. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, actually, he has to have a camera too in order to respond. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Yeah, there's a projector person and there's a camera person. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. But Mr. Holmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite, sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. That's not how that works. Harrison and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Holmes? What a modest description! And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Holmes? Now you're just being immodest. What do you mean to say? You're not actually here, Holmes? Lord Vansink's like, what the heck is going on? I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Actually, we haven't answered. Who is Iris' father? Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Actually, wait. Sound is probably from the rapid ear. The rapid probably has a speaker and a receiver there. And a mic. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. Wait, what about it? What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Soto? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Hello. Mr. Holmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh lol, they got Her Majesty involved? How did they get audience with her? Maybe she's a fan of Sherlock Holmes. Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire. And she'd be like, yo, what are you doing your random crime, whatever things right now, under my name? I know, right? Like, they keep saying her name. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be, I mean, no, this is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? The rabbit, I assume, has cameras. Indeed. By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. You meddling little kids, right? And that stupid dog. This is some kind of nightmare. Actually, Menzies cannot cope. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices, whatever, of Her Majesty, as you know. You, hello. I guess in order to defeat the evil, you must go to the boss. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep y'all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Oh, Victoria. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. She didn't say it herself. You'd think with something this big she would be like, I fire you. Crime against me. I put you in jail. A message. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. That was fast. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Yeah, like him, right? Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Wow. Now his eyes are like white. Adjourned, 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 adjourned. Court is adjourned. I knew it was gonna break. The poor unicorn. How do you fall from that height? Low. Low. Oh, it's gonna break. To show that, you know, justice is broken. Wait, what? Wait, is it falling? Oh. Oh! Oh! Wait, how does that break, dude? It can't be that bad. That's a safety hazard. That's why he died. He has to be prosecuted first, okay? He can't just take the easy way out and die. Oh, okay, thank God. He just burned really badly. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. I don't think anyone would have thought that. He's standing in the witness testimony area. There's no judge now. The judge is gone. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What, there is? What? Yeah, wait, me too, what? Was there another letter? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Brock, you have always looked up to me. And now, you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. He did kill one person at least, right? Out of his own will. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. Oof. At least he told the wife. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. So they didn't read the whole thing this whole time? Just part of it? Clint. He's so charred. There's no judge left. Who's gonna say innocent or guilty? Maybe Her Majesty. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? Yeah, why? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Eternal General. You could be that? Oh wait a minute. Oh wait, I skipped something. My bad. Wait, go back. I clicked something. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. Time for more promotion! Kill everyone that knows about your past. I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. That's why he has gears in his office. and I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Yeah, you can't kill people just because you want a promotion. Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. He's like, shut up! You were the defendant, you're not a prosecutor. So stay silent as a defendant. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. I hope he was there in the jury this whole time, because otherwise he'd be like, who is the Santa that randomly appeared in the court? He's like, wait, I have to hear all the evidence again from the start. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Oh, that was such a small gavel sound. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east and the other guy from the east and the other girl from the east and the other two guys from the east. You know, because we're all Japanese now in this court. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now. It's only been 1 year. I had the faintest of intimations that British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. It'd be from you. This might just be the man to do it. Ah, we are friends now. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. But it's like, oh, but Japanese people are good now. Mr. Naruhodo, I acknowledge you as my friend. Just kidding. Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent, and I acknowledge you as my friend. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. I'll be delighted to be your friend. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Usato, who helped me to study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival and friend. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of a deduction, Mr. Holmes. He just shows up. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, you forgot Iris, I wouldn't be here where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. And I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Quote. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. How is this not the last part? This is still part 3. This should be in by now. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. Whatever that means. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Your Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. Where's Her Majesty? Where's the Queen? So until our paths cross again somewhere. Just like evaporated. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare Defendant Barak van Zieks Muzai not guilty. Yay! Oh my god! Yeah! Cool! Woo! Yay! Clap! Is that it? That is all. Court is adjourned. Wait, what's part 4 then? This is part 3. 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Well, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you and my side through it all, Mrs. Oto. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I've thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. I don't think he will be smiling. He'd be like, what? My smiling face, what? Mrs. Sato. Everything seems worse. It's a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. You have talent. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. At least you know the truth about your brother then. Well, what was it he said? To fight those who dwell in darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Nope. Kazuma. He's also glaring at me. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zieks. I'm sorry, right? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal and apologize. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I'd been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Ah, your words mean more to me than you could know. I hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. Happy ending. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Yeah, like, why did he take the blame, right? Why did they must duel? As Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. Oh yeah, the second wish, right? The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can a second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... Who is it? Mikotoba? Yeah, I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father! It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you pulling up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seisha and I would gladly petition the government. You've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Maybe it's to take care of Kazuma when he's dead. Oh wait, no, but it's Brock Van Zieks' play favor, so I guess not. You're one of my greatest friends. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Is it the wife? A lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. Don't tell me it's Iris, because that's the only thing left that is not solved. Like, who's Iris' father? Maybe it was... Don't tell me it's Clint. And that's why Mikotoba was mistaken as like the father, because he took care of the child or something. Maybe. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that would help. That would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. It's Iris! But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you. Tomorrow night, you're going to be... Oh, well. Just in case, I like how you took precautions. You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seishiro and... No! Not with him. Pardon. This is the favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Oh, he suspected Shikoku this whole time? Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house, in the middle of nowhere. It was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the ground. So tell me that was the other one. Poor woman was on the floor in the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. And then she died? Who is this? Is this the wife, though? They hit the wife? I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. I was Iris. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, the wife died, right? My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. Is Mikotoba even, like, involved with pregnancy, though? It's like... I mean, I assume he did some, like, autopsy-related stuff, but I don't think he can, like... deliver. I think it's slightly different. I held the healthy newborn girl, see? In my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It's not Gregson's, right? I've clearly been well looked after over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It's the bee! But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. It's Clint's. It's Clint's daughter, which means Iris and Van Zieg's are niece. She's his niece. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Van Zieks? Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware he even had a daughter. Welcome, Uncle. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ugh! So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honor my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. So that's why he gave her to Holmes, his partner. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Holmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Holmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. And then he probably translated the same name to like English or something. Oh, wait, sorry. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. How would you name? Yeah. Oh no, Mikotoba knew it was the father because of the emblem on the trunk, which had the Baskerville emblem, which only Clint and his family could use. So he knew it was Clint's daughter. And then, why would you name an orphan after your wife, I guess? But I guess not exactly the same names, that's okay, I guess. Whatever. It's Iris. Their niece, their uncle and niece. I had no idea. Ouch. Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? Iris is here, that's why. This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Heart. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Holmes, is that you? Ding dong. Ouch. Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Hello. Payback. Mr. Holmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Oh, Susie! Oh, Iris! Oh, all three of them are just like, oh, I'm so pleased! What a wonderful outcome! Did she hear everything? Her Majesty, Queen Vicky, said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you must simply come too! Her uncle! Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word. that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. He must give now her all the stuff that his brother owned, right? You know, her inheritance. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Again? Ouch! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Oh, that was it. Just payback. Why was he surprised? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Benzix, would you care to accompany me? For what? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. He's bowing as aristocracy to a common person. Wait, Lord Benzix! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. So much for a closed trial. I guess their majesty says it has to be public anyway, so it's not a closed trial anymore. But then that means that Iris will be condemned as the daughter of a criminal, possibly then, right? Which means that he's probably going to support her in ways. Maybe he'll adopt her instead. If you adopt her, then she's not the daughter of a criminal, right? Maybe he'll do that. Once that's done, the Van Six family will be ostracized completely from London society. Oh, that too. Surely not. Well, you still have your wealth, right? So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Who said that? Oh, don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? Beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast out as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London, and now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Are we still on a study tour? Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Wait, why? Oh, is he going back to come back again? Go back to Japan and they're applying for a permit to come back? Kazuma, Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. I did too. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. They should eat out for once. Was this Saitor an excuse for assassin exchange? There was a lot. Yeah, that's basically an excuse for it. But it still is a legitimate excuse. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Wait, is there really a part 4? This is basically the finale. 4th of November, 6:25 p.m. Home sweet. I'm home! Oh, it's Gina! Except Kristen died. Ah, about time you got here. We've been waiting ages, although. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you've got fire, smoke's the next best thing. You ain't got fire. Ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, by the way, I think. She has firecrackers. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. I feel like Mikotoba is so much older than Sherlock Holmes, but like, I like how Mikotoba was like listening to him. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold. Just because this restaurant is a front for the mob doesn't mean we can't make good food. Those things. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Wait, I forgot to do this. Oh, here it is, okay. Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. Oh, he's talking about Jigoku. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, and maybe because I was there at the scene as well. So, he's like, do you remember that I did this? It was amazing. Like, yes, I was there next to you this whole time. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Because I didn't think you forget my existence. Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Holmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Oh, Runo! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Time to fill me boots. It's the chicken again. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diary life for me. She should have a different job. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Because Gregson's gone. Well, the boss ain't there around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, a Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned Dick Gizzy. Yes, he will. He'll accept her as his adopted daughter, and then it'll be good. Like, my adopted daughter's friend, I must welcome as well. You'll adopt them both. Well, people can change, you know. Oh, yes, that reminds me. Yeah, what about the trunk he has kept sealed this whole time? I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. He just stole evidence. Eh, it's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. I'll give it to her. That watch was pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Give it to her. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Gregson was like, he was like bad guy for, he was bad for justice type of thing. Oh, I don't know. He was like half good, half bad. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Jeannie. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh, we already solved that. Oh, Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. He dead. Oh wait, I think Iris already knows too. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might not be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jeannie. Oh, she does know. Iris? She heard everything, right? She was in the room. Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Well, she doesn't know. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. It's Sherlock Holmes, right? I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? Yeah, see, I knew it. Well, he's basically adopted father. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I mean, he raised her himself, basically, right? think, Mikotoba. Yes, Holmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it were it not for you, old softy Holmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley? Well, she's like, no. Are you sure a week is long in a virus? In the end, she doesn't know, I guess. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. Home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too. My greatest family. Am I staying in Britain forever? Is that what's going on? Am I with Susato? Are we a couple now? Yet? This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. That's only been a year. How is that possible? I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Oh, we're going back to Japan! Naruhodo? Oh wait, wrong one. Naruhodo. I know it's been long shipless here. They have no progress. You'd be like, you are finally, you are worthy of my daughter. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Wait, how is that related? That's why? Wait, how is that related? When I read Sosaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumble across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. I don't remember this, but okay. Where was that found again? I think it was in the trunk of the treasure or something that he hid or something, or that someone hid. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. You decide to investigate that insignia. Sooner or later, you have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Oh, the Hound of the Baskerville. What about it? Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. Was the story? Oh. That's basically like the whole truth. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Chuck probably sent it to him. Yeah, Holmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He's very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Holmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Holmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Holmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Holmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? Let her know. She's uncle now. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. And she's an uncle. And she's from aristocracy. I think so too. If this aristocracy is still there, actually. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too. How many more mysteries do we have not unsolved? Or not solved yet? Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? About marriage? Yes, I'll marry your daughter. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. That too. Are you quite sure? You must develop the Japan courts now. I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he is here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I mean, you could stay probably. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in London in February... Are we recapping? My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Holmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Am I good enough, right? Until today, I am good enough. Bring this back to Japan and develop Japan judicial justice system. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I am a lawyer. Let's get that certificate. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as, and that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Is that why this is called Resolve? Part 2 is Resolve. Very well then, I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. That's so fast, like a few days departure. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Single-handedly topping the corruption in the British judicial system. Pretty good for the resume. I know. I just broke all of the entire system. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. And she overheard. And she's coming with me. Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, everything, right? From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. Oh, she's a san now. You did? Are you coming with me? Or what? Wait, what is this BGM? It's new. Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. Nah, she's coming with me! I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. He was doing quite well without you, so... If anything, I need you more. I'll do my very best. Come with me! Come with me. To Japan. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. See, exactly. I can't ask her to come with me, see? After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. She's waiting for you to say it, obviously. And if she rejects you, then obviously it was not meant to be. It's growing late. We should both try to get some more sleep. Get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san, you believed in me. Thank you. Come with me to Japan. Do Ryunosuke say it? Just say it. Say it out loud. th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover. Already? I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Why do you look like they're fighting? Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. See ya next time. Do we need the honk? In text.
Sato-san.
Oh! It's voiced! Come with me to Britain. I mean to Japan. でございますね。そう、お嬢様。
今まで本当にお世話になりました。あ葬儀によろしく伝えてくれますか。
あ葬儀。
それはご自分の口からお伝えする方が良いかと存じます。
良いかと存じます。
なるほど。
It's Nakamura Yuichi. I cannot replicate that voice.
あ葬儀。
あ葬儀。
どうして。
親友の旅立ちだ。見送らぬわけがないだろう。
I know, so early in the morning.
女王陛下の国でお前と大暴れするのを楽しみにしていたけど。
うん。どうやらそいつはまたの機会だな。貴様と再び法廷で向き合う日を楽しみにしている。
Are you gonna come back to Japan or am I going to Britain?
でも弁護士同士じゃ向き合うのは無理じゃないかな。
Oh, but we're both defense lawyers, so it would be impossible to face each other. No, he's going as prosecution, man. What are you talking about?
俺は検事になる。
Duh.
しばらくはバンジークス教の下で勉強する。
Banziks.
そしていずれは死神に被験する検事になってやるさ。
そうか。
Oh, you taught me about defense. And now you're prosecuting.
なんだ。
Take care of my sword? Don't tell me.
今しばらくこいつを持っていてくれないか。
Oh, temporary. Okay.
あるの。どうして。
俺は見てしまった。
See what?
俺の中に住む魔物の姿を。
Oh, he almost went the dark route, I guess. Kind of. Oh, he almost killed a guy, maybe?
あの刑事と対峙した最後の時、瞬きにも満たぬほんの刹那。俺はあの刑事に対して確かに殺意を抱いていた。人の心に救う魔物、そいつは俺の中にもいたのだ。俺は
There's one in
その
everyone.
事実を永遠にこの胸に刻む。そして
What's the other thing you're holding in your other sword? Like in your hip? Is it like the Western
そ
sword?
の魔物に見入られた者
I
たち
forget.
とこれから対峙していくつもりだ。検事として。
Oh, that's cool then.
お前の覚悟ということか。
We'll face each other.
自らの中に住む魔物を切り伏せる。その日まで。これは貴様に託す。
Until when then? I guess until
ああ
he's satisfied?
わかった。確かに預かっておく。
Hello, bros.
それでは
Sharing the
その日
sword.
僕は
Not sharing sword. Giving you
僕の道を行くよ。
entrusting a sword. Oh,
あの
am I going to
ナル
Japan?
ホド様
Eh, what? Are you going to Japan? What? Is he coming with me? Is she coming with me?
なるほど様が進まれてゆくその道、
Can I come with you too?
私が
Yeah, she said it.
では
See?
お邪魔でございましょうか。
She's totally in love with me. She's in love with me. Kazuma-sama is like her idol, but idol is not the same as love. She's in love with me. Eh? Eh?
それは僕だって一緒に来てほしいです。でも、
あ
佐藤さんは
You made her say it. You should have said it, guy. You should have said it first. I thought you were in love with him. Like, nah, we're just siblings. We feel like siblings or cousins.
あ葬儀。
本当に変わらない。お前らしいことだな。
思った通りってまさか知ってたのか。
Wow.
あの日、バンジークス教の裁判が終わった夕刻。
Mouth doesn't match.
一人で検事局を訪ねてきたのだ。
She'd be like, how do I confess?
見事は教授と話したあの日。
Oh, she said she has something urgent.
ナルホドと共に日本へ。
はい、勝手なことを言って申し訳ございません。
それを言うためにわざわざ。義理がたいことだな。それで、あいつはなんと。
She didn't say anything until
あ
I'm
の
gonna
方
surprise
は
him.
何もおっしゃりません。
Yeah, see? You should have said it, Ryunosuke. You should have said it. You made her say
もし
it.
かしたらご迷惑なのかも。
あいつも義理がたい男だ。言えるはずがないだろう。
Yeah, see? What I've learned from all my light novels and stuff is that if you don't make your intentions known, they will not know what you want to do. Whether they reject you or not is their choice, but you can say it. You can at least say it, and they will know what you want. And they'll respond to it.
あいつのそばにいてやってほしい。これは俺からの頼みだ。
He's like, by the way, I already packed everything. I already packed everything. Just telling you, like, you know, 5 minutes before departure that I'm gonna join you.
いかがでしょうか。なるほど。
What if I said no? I'd be like, I already packed everything, but yup.
どんな法廷でも怖くありません。これからも僕と一緒に戦ってくれますか。
Okay, they didn't say that in, see, they didn't say it in Japanese, but okay, the last word. It's like, would you fight with me, basically, is all he said, but okay.
ふつつかものではございますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
That's true. Where's her luggage? It should be next to her. when they're going, they're like, hey, sister, why are you taking this whole huge bag of luggage with you? She'd be like, shipping. Shipping. No real reason. It's got burrito. Yeah, okay. Is it time for a ship? I know, right? I was like, where's her luggage? It's probably okay. She probably already sent it to the ship beforehand. You know, like there's this airport services, you can send your luggage to the airport, except it's on the ship instead, so you send it to the ship. Yeah. It's already on the luggage. It's already on the ship. She wasn't taking a no for an answer. She'd be like, you said no? Well, too bad. I'm coming with you. Lol, she's all prepared. And they'd be like, wait, what about my luggage? You put your luggage in the ship, but you didn't take care of my luggage? Mine's in hand. Honk. Oh, Iris' voice is very cute, as I expected. See you later, Kazuma. Asogi. What do I? Which sword? Is it Western one? Are we dueling? Is it time to die? Are we dueling to death? He is the Western one. Yeah, it is the rapier, right? Yeah. Maybe I should get my own sword. We'll fight a duel words. Aiba! With the rising sun. Wait, this has to be the end. It's part 3. It can't be part 4 now. See you later, Asogi. Wait, what? Wait, what? What is the Japanese one? Don't forget me then. Huh? You just said, yeah, I definitely will. Naruhodo. I'm like, wait a minute. I think it's like, we'll meet again. Yes, we definitely will. I think it was the translation. I'm like, what is don't forget me, Akazan? But okay. Sometimes I want to see the Japanese version. Oh, let me hear his voice. Did I hear his voice before? Yeah, I mean, it's not, it matches the scene, so it's like, yeah. That's what localization is. Who's his voice again? I forgot. I need the credits later. I know the protagonist is probably Shimonohiro. Very familiar though. Oh, he's coming to Japan. He's already dressed for the part. Low. That's so true. Come with Iris. Come with Iris. Ikuno! A brief parting. How brief is brief? GG. That's been fun.
不思議な運命で地球の裏側まで旅をした僕は一生をかけて旅を続ける僕だけの道を見つけた。この長い旅のどこかできっとまた彼らに出会う日が来る。その時僕は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
That's CG.
さあゲームの 始まりだ。
What? Are we doing deduction dance again?
東より訪れた友を乗せた船が水平線の向こうへ遠ざかってゆく。だがホームズの顔は明るかった。時代が流れても友情は変わらないよ、ワトソン。
Watson. Watson.
彼らに会いたくなったらそっと目を閉じればいいのさ。
They changed the people.
私はそっと目を閉じる。その時、私は懐かしいあの声を聞くはずだ。
That one voice. Igiani.
また会おうね、なるほどくん。
Naruhodo-kun? Clap, 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 clap. Oh. Yeah, there's no part 4. What the heck was the thing I read about part 4? Oh, I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph or whatever, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised close court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Huh? I don't think that... Oh, you mean he's gonna steal away in the wardrobe again? Ah, that was nice. That was a nice game. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. Oh, he cried. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Cry from sadness? It's the end. What are they all doing after this type, right? Oh, it's Barack, my sakes. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you, too, are no more. He did kill someone. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine. Oh, he said friend! I must stride forward toward a brighter future. He said friend! He said I'm a friend! Did you hear that? Did y'all hear that? We're friends now. Not the doggy. My boss left a note for me, you know. And I can read every letter now. A to Z, the old lot. It's cleared a whole lot of stuff now. The boss was trying to protect me, see? Aw, Gregson! And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh darn, she's crying! Gina! She's the only one that lost anything, basically. Recently. Sad, Gina. Gregson, wait, what? Gina. The truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. I might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You remind me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, I'd say. And then he died. Ugh. And then it's over. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Igiyari! Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this cattish counsel for defense? Court women are forbidden to enter the courtroom. Oh really? My friend Suzuto-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Also naga. Regular legal team. Darn it. I chose the wrong people to defend me. they weren't even lawyers. It was Susato friend and like Natsume Soseki guy who's not even a lawyer, he's a writer. Oh. The mom. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Oh, that's fish. Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. It's fish. That's a butcher knife too. I like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? On fish, yes. Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? She's like, darn. I have to wait then. No. And I'm glad. I don't understand these two. I'm sorry, the girl. Does she like her mom, I guess? I guess she does, but she doesn't agree with what her mom does. I need to play one day the next one. Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of something something. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel and I can't afford the bill. Why would you do that? Oberá, come to my rescue again, please. I wish you could vanish into thin air sometimes. Well, he is aristocracy. He has money, right? Also, it's too fast. All the text is too fast. I have to read them faster than usual. That was like good. What is it? That was 4 hours, right? Wait, don't tell me there's a part 4. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing we two spells would not do. Ah, so she knew the truth. Well, the fact that it's Japanese at least. Oh, he's in jail? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know. Hey, everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell alla spaghetti. It's more red and something something. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. You're doing your own theater. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. The wife. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. As a theater thing? Are we going through them all? Who else left? John Hart, maybe? In Katsuma? When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. As a prosecutor. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care. This was that morning, though. That's not even like afterwards. It's just like the morning when I left. Oh, I'm on the ship. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of all lawyers, a great ace attorney. Some might say, oh, there's the title. What happened to the I love you part? And I want to spend more time with you part. Where's my confession? Oh wait, where's my confession? When do I confess? Nice picture. Not everyone is in there though. Where's Gina and then the father and then the other guy? Wait, what happened to Jigoku in the end? He just like left. He just left. What happened to him? Is it? It's the walking scene that I vaguely remember. I guess there's no part 4? It's everyone. Wait, actually, no, wait. This is the start. Oh, this is when I was back in Japan, I think. I had to defend some of them, right? In a tutorial guy. Wait, where's what? Great case attorney. Resolve. This was resolve of Ryunosuke parts. Maybe there was no part 4. Oh, Susato. She showed up so late though. Oh, because we came back, I think. Okay, let me see. I guess it's just trial day 2, man. Oh no, this was it. There's only 3 parts. Oh well, that's okay then. And then the epilogue. Well, the cat's always there. Oh yeah, the rubber guy, the balloon guy, the crying kid, wax model, witch girl, the corner people. Dude, she has like Wolverine claws. Hairbrain. Actually, now that I think about it, for a noble, Van Zieks sure does bow a lot. You'd think they'd be like nobles, so they don't need to bow to anyone. Him and his poses. The guy in his hair. All the redheaded league people. Oh, he stepped away. I think he was doing some studying. I think that's why. Yeah, he was like checking on stuff and Mikotoba and stuff. Is the cat just always there? And then that, and then Gregson eventually died. Mikotoba doing the dance. I don't know, man. I find it funny that he's doing the dance. He's such a middle-aged old man, but he's just like dancing. Giant judge. Wow, they're like the same height, basically. The guy's so tall. I'm on a breakdown right now, clapping. Oh, you can't see because I'm in the way. We're at the end, it's okay. Oh, Sherlock Holmes joined. Oh wait, no, I'm still in the way. I'll be in the middle. Okay, here. I'm not in the way. Oh no, he's still here. He's still walking. They're still walking. I have nowhere to go. Oh, it's okay. It's only 2 of us. Wait, let me move this up. Okay. We're back to Japan, British courts. I mean, sorry, Japan courts now. Yay! Conclusion. That was a good story. Finally, it took like 2 years to finish this. When did I first play this? It was like at least a year ago. Resolve. Fin. Oh! Nice. Do I get to keep his sword forever? Forever. Oh, it's the dock. Where it all started and where it all ended. Yay. When did I start the series? Let me just double check. I started in 2023 July 20th. A year and a half. A year and a half ago. It took took a year and a half to finish the series. Oh, I need to eventually play. What was it? The Phoenix guy, right? No, wait, is it Phoenix? What was the guy? I think it's Ed Phoenix, but it's not Ed Phoenix. Yeah, completion. That was a long journey. And thanks for all the hints that people have given me over the years. When I was like, what the heck, man? I don't understand this. What is the Ace Attorney? What is the other one? Ace Attorney 3? Who is the guy called again? Phoenix from the first 3. Apollo was the next, right? So I played on my own time 1 to 3 already with Phoenix. And I have not played Apollo, so I'll see if I ever want to play that one eventually. But for now, it's a break from Ace Attorney. I think it's out on Steam actually already. Maybe when it's on sale, I'll do it. Yeah. I like the Ace Attorney series though. It's fun. Nothing else to say. Except she never confessed and I never confessed. It was, the ship never sailed. We never got together. The couple was never established. Except she came back to Japan with me, which is saying something, but it was implied, but it's not clear. That's where fanfic can kick in. Yeah. I don't know, I still thought she liked Kazuma a lot, but maybe, I guess not in that way. Not in that way. The boat riding back. A guy and a girl on a boat. And in fact, they were in like the upper rooms anyway in Sherlock Holmes' house, so maybe they got together without us knowing. Who knows? No one will know. Except them. Ah. Okay. Oops. Let me look at the random special contents. Is there anything new? I think I got all the outfits, right? Yeah. They were their old outfits. Portraits. I'm not much of a art person. Wow, but that swan lady. A swan lady, man. Oops, moving pictures. What's this? What? Oh, it's in JP. Wait, is that moving pictures? それでは、なるほど龍之介に、決断の前に何か主張して、私ともとしてネタバレは、ちょっと待ってください。いいじゃないですか。ホームさんが登場するなんて、意義あり。ちょっとぐらいだって。そういうやつこそ、この、東大少女ちょっとぐらい、so fast. Wait, why are there 3 different people? Wait, what is this? Wait a minute. They're like, she's the defense lawyer and Sherlock Holmes is the prosecutor. Talk about spoilers. Maybe it's advertisement. Yeah. Okay, wait. Very well. State your leanings for the leanings. Muzai. Muzai. Low. Okay. There's so many. 7 days of sin. 7 days of sin. Auditorium's probably music? Voice recitals. Igiyari! Igiyari!
待った
Matta!
もう言うまでもありませんね。
もう言うまでもありませんね。
あなたの証言は
あなた証言は
矛盾している。
定義的に... Ah, I said that wrong.
矛盾です。そう、矛盾なのです。
矛盾なのです。
僕は弁護士になる。必ず。
Matta! Igiyari! When she never uses, does she? What's her name in Japanese?
私、アイリス・ワトソンです。
Oh, Iris
どうぞ
Watson.
見知りおきを。ほら、これ見て。私の発明品なんだよ。
So cute.
意義あり。
Igiyari! Igiyari! Oh, we hear that enough.
実に興味深いな。
Oh my god.
日本人という生き物は。
Japanese are a fascinating species, is basically what he said. What's this one? Hmm? Let me just click this and then see what shows up. The unknown. Wait, what? What is this? Trial of Sherlock Holmes. Murder. What? Who murdered what? 2 days ago, late at night, snow happened in his residence. A British actress may have enjoyed fame once, but is now infamy for grim murder. Gregson's here! Madame Rosie found... What? She was what? She's dead? Wait, what is this? What? What? There's a save button. Oh wait. Yeah, there's a whole story here. It feels like it. And the first... Wait, what's this one? I think they're extra. They're probably extras. Yeah, it's like extra crimes, basically. Interesting. Maybe if I'm bored. Ah, oops. Not the credit. Not the credit. Okay. I think that's enough for the main contents, though. Side contents are, like, definitely something we can all do separately. Okay. In conclusion, it was a fun ride. And we'll see if we do, Ace Attorney 4 to 6 one day eventually in the future. Otherwise, it's a break for a break for Ace Attorney. Next time I'll play Potion Craft. Or something chill. Anyway, thanks for joining me on this journey for a year and a half. For whoever's watching this at one point in time, maybe in the video in the future. And it's time to end this adventure. Yep. Everyone have a good day, good night, and I'll see y'all later. Bye bye.